I will not be compliant. If you push, I'm defiant, just try it. It is bound to get violent when you walk this way. I won't stop until you're down in your grave, with a couple of your friends to keep you company. At the moment's notice, I'll be swinging the blade, saying, look at this beautiful mess I made. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line. When you find out what they're looking for, you better roll the dice. I was raised in the shadows, nothing else even matters. Yeah. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line. I won't stop until you're down in your grave, with a couple of your friends to keep you company. At the moment's notice, I'll be swinging the blade, saying, look at this beautiful mess I made. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line. When you find out what they're looking for, you better roll the dice. I was raised in the shadows, nothing else even matters. Yeah. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line. When you find out what they're looking for, you better roll the dice. I was raised in the shadows, nothing else even matters. Yeah. When the enemy is at your door, you better hold that line.
Howdy, folks. I was wondering. I haven't actually spoken today. I was wondering what it was going to sound like. I know what this sounds like. Give it 2 days. Give it 2 days and I'm not going to have a voice anymore. Sounds a bit like Wasted, but if you listen, there's some signs of some vocal cords that aren't happy. It's a little more graty than usual, and not in the deep rumbly sort of way, but in the something's angry sort of way. I've gone very MIDI. Hey James. And howdy everybody. No, I think this is Plague Bringers, as opposed to a sympathetic response. Ugh. And this has hit me like an absolute truck. The time I got into bed last night, I was aching all over and sweaty. And then for fun, I woke up after about 4 hours, sat up in bed, coughed, and threw up all over myself, my duvet, my mattress, my pillows, my sheets, the whole lot. There, I went out today and bought new bedding. So I've got something to sleep in tonight. Hey, Fog. And yeah, we'll do some snow runners, what? Screwdrivers or something like that. Because I'm too brain dead for Brimmod. I'll start making mistakes. I'll start doing stupid stuff. We'll save that for another day. Hope I'm feeling better. Like, fuck, I'm feeling better. What? Not even close. This has barely begun. Seem to be somewhat lacking in sound. Hello? Okay, weird. Epidemic, not epidemic, artist, why are you broken? I figure I kind of want something with a seat in it for once. But that means I've got to redesign my gearbox because it takes up too much room. To the extent that I may design a gearbox that is only 2-speed. slightly unexpected to look over at my Steam friends list and see not just one, more than one person playing Half Sword. Of all things. Okay, how am I gonna... How are we gonna get this more compact than it was? Suppose figure out what engine first. I don't know what we're doing. Case my head is mush. We're staring at a computer screen. That's what we're doing. No Rimwell today. If you want the colony to survive, we don't play today. It's pretty simple. Did we ever do the maths on those two to see which one's actually the more efficient? Because that blooming V engine's got no rev range. Howdy, Cherry. How do? It's fine though. In 10 minutes, I can have some more medicine. Intentionally saved it for the start of the stream. Badger, does this mean you're completely caught up with the Macintosh stuff? I would imagine that would be quite hard to do. There's been quite a lot of RimWorld recently. Any way of moving that further back, maybe? Probably not. But I could potentially... no, I can't because I don't want to have an engine input. What are you doing with wings at midnight? This is not the right time for wings. A hybrid's a bit tall for a hybrid, isn't it? Unless I... no, that would be too far down. I'd swear they've made the controls for this game a little worse than they used to be. The rotation controls is like, no, I'm asking you to rotate, not to change which hole you're in. Yeah, I think I've got actual flu this time. What with the whole waking up in the middle of the night and throwing up thing. That's not normally just a cold. Hey, Shagman. This is what good deeds get you. Yeah, it's been fun. It has developed surprisingly quickly. See, I wanted to be able to put a chair on this, and once again, I've not given myself any room to do so. Sort of. It's a racing game. Well, actually, it's not just racing anymore. Racing, flying, challenge-solving sort of game. With some blocks that are very Lego Technic-like. But yeah, I quite like it. I've been playing it for a while now. But the game is free. It cost no money. The reason you've suddenly seen a prevalence in games appearing that have some surprising similarities to Lego is because Lego doesn't hold a patent. It doesn't need to be legally distinct. It can just be Lego. You just can't call it Lego. Yes, this was a very unusual game because I got sponsored to cover this. I got sponsored to cover the free game. The monetization setup, they've got a supporter pack that gives you some blocks. And they've got they've got a DLC package, so the flying stuff is all in a DLC. So yeah, they have no straight monetization, they just do cheap DLC stuff. There you go, a whole 3, a supporter pack. The stunt pack, which I bought just to support them, to be honest. I'm not going to use any of the stunt stuff. And the flying stuff, which I'm also probably not going to use. DLC is booster packs of parts for elements of the game that are a bit different. So it's a racing game. The DLC covers, oh, but you want to do stunts and tricks, or oh, but you want to go flying. I forgot that this thing was a psychopath and doesn't want to stay on the ground. Looking forward to when they finally get multiplayer up and running again. Hello? Appear to have been reset under the world. Yeah, they had multiplayer in to begin with, and it's currently back out again because they're working on it. So they're doing like multiplayer tests a couple of times a week. I doubt it is still on the cards, but there was at one point where is it? Yeah. I suspect they decided to spend their time on more important things, which I entirely approve of, but there was a point where I was going to be one of these guys. I was going to be called Wasted Space, and I was going to look back. Yeah, I was going to make the car be the royal and set the time for it. And then you'd race me instead of one of the royals. Okay, so I sort of am okay with this as a setup, but I want to rearrange things because I want to find a way of getting this gear train to the front. And I think I've got an idea of how to do it. Maybe. If this fits. Which it does. Nice. Oof, all does it. How am I going to run this along the side without just doing a whole line of these? This is adding a lot. I mean, it's adding a lot of weight low down, which is positive, I suppose. The wrong way round for a worm. What am I going to interface? Well, I suppose I could. Alright, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. You're saying do a bit of... Yeah, how does this bit work? Without ending up... Yeah. Plate gear is massive. That. Little Fighters 2? No, I don't think so. Let me have a look. No, I have played this. Yeah. I mean, it just makes me want to play Streets of Rage. Looking at that, I'm just like, but Streets of Rage. Or Golden Axe. Didn't like Golden Axe as much because I quite liked Streets of Rage. You could find weapons. Whereas Golden Axe, you were always, whichever character you picked, you always had that character's weapon, and the only thing you could get was specials and potions. Whereas Streets of Rage, you could just be wandering around and you find a baseball bat. You can beat people up with it for a bit. Or a gun. Streets Rage was quality. Like, yeah, then worm along the top of that. Yeah, I'm absolutely. As soon as you look it up, I absolutely guarantee you know Streets of Rage. Even if you didn't play it on one of the Sega systems, you will have seen it in an arcade. Because it was also an arcade game. What is it you're trying to do here, Wasted? I want the drive shaft down this end, going back to some rear wheels, so that I can have at least a decent portion of the weight in the right place. That was the wrong button. Because at the moment our center of mass is weird. Worm gear out of the block, small gear above it, shaft forward. What? Gear to worm, but they don't connect that way. Okay, here's a gear. Here's the worm. The worm would now have to be... For those two to connect, the worm needs to be vertical. I don't want it vertical, I want it horizontal. I see, you want me to put it up there, but then, okay, so... I sort of understand where you're coming from. It does immediately spoil the center of mass thing again. Well, it's great for getting around shit, except you change vertical height, which means you move your center of mass around. COM, the trick is not to add weight at the end to fix your center of mass. That is accepting that you couldn't fix it in the design stage. You know my thoughts on asymmetrical designs for this stuff. I hate it. So yes, we could, I suppose, do it that way. Let's... How can I even... I mean, I guess, Ozak? Like poly bridge with gears, and your goal isn't bridges, it's racing cars. No, because Polybridge is another design game. It is another engineering game. I think it's a little closer than Halo. Oh. God damn it, nothing supporting that. Who says I was going all-wheel drive? There's no intent to go in all-wheel drive here. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? Yeah, this is all for my protein shakes. Only real problem is getting it now out of this bit to the wheels. Because it's kind of going the wrong way. What is this, Wasted? This is not the right way, is it? No, it is not. A bit overly convoluted, yes. I could make these longer. Overall, I'm not particularly convinced by this at the moment. So at the moment, center of mass is basically on that drive shaft. Does that make it go down or up? That does bring it down a bit. So, screw the electric. I quite liked the idea of having it there, but honestly, screw the electric. It's just awkward. Let's have a second gas. Don't really have any room to do anything more than that, mind, but that shortens the entire thing a lot. Maybe means that this is not necessary anymore. Yeah, this'll work. It's just trying to understand what it is I'm wanting to even do with it. You know, I probably built 50 cars in this game, so some of this is just going, I'm trying to do something different or optimize in some way. In this case, it's specifically trying to get all of this stuff into an even smaller area than I normally do. Partly by accepting that I'm only going to have a 2-speed gearbox instead of a 3, because a 3 takes quite a lot extra space. Yeah, so with the overall goal being small, and with that center of mass thing as low down as I can get it. Which I got to be honest with you, the big old planetary doesn't help with. The planetary's heavy. I mean, if you really wanted to be funny with it, you could. I would rather have, because transverse gearboxes end up very wide. You know, you take that and you, well, I mean, don't even need to copy it. Just you look at that from this direction. That's quite wide. I'm almost more inclined to go, yeah, why don't you just transverse engine? Hell yeah. That's pretty close. Yes, there is some special shenanigans that goes on inside this block here that will correct the rotation. Doesn't work, does it? There we go. I think it was a practical thing. I don't think they had. If sorry, 1 second. The additional blocks necessary in order to be able to do this rotation correction, I think would have overcomplicated things, and that's why they haven't done it. Not to say it won't be something that does happen, because they have slowly been adding more complexity to things. There are 2 on the back. Cool. No, there are 2 on the bottom. I hate this seat, guys. Couldn't you have just added a camera block or something? Oh, 100%. Yes, if it's not all connected together, it'll initiate transformer mode. And there's no particularly good way of fixing this either, is there? Which one is the correct one? Why does it say to do steering wheel on it? Gorgeous. Just perfect. Gearing is totally wrong, of course. Yep. That might be a bit much, but we'll see. There is ways of tweaking that. Well, something's gone wrong because I can't change gear. Yeah, because half of my gear train fell off. Ah. Just for some reason, the planetary removed itself. Whee! And we're off the ground. Second is a little on the anemic side, at least early in. That, when you first switch, it's a bit weak and then it picks up. I can fix that, I think. Not gonna lie, it drives pretty well for something that's got no aero on it. Oh, what powers it? 2 upside down engines. There. Can't fix it, actually. I was going to change which gear was down there, but I don't have room. Hey, yes, sir. It goes. I can't do a 1-to-1. That's my problem. That makes more sense. And now we're a little bit more central. And then I just have to decide if I want to keep four-wheel drive or not. And then if I don't keep four-wheel drive, then I can actually move the seat down one. There is no planet. It keeps disappearing. But yeah, the planet needs to be that way round. So if I went 1 to 1, look, that's in the way of that bit of the planet. Because it's second gear that needs adjusting. Hey, yes, sir. I know first is next to the shifter. It's second that's the problem. Second is a bit long, and I can't fix that. Not with how this is laid out. He snipes. Arizak, as an ex-UK RC off-road RC champion, I won the national championship with off-road RC car racing. I don't think you quite realise how serious they get. Do they have ceramic brake pads? 100% they do. Do they look like that? No. Brake pads in RC are not placed at the wheel, at the hub. They're placed on the drive shaft. But, yeah, I've got a almost £3,000 RC car in the other room. And it's not even that big. But these things are not supposed to be RC car scale, actually. That's a seat, so they're not. They're Formula One sort of size. Yeah, no, they worked exactly like this, but you don't have them on each wheel. You have them prior to each wheel's fluid diff. And, to be honest, if it was RC style like this, it would be belt driven, not gear driven. At least for on-road stuff, belts are good. I think that is simply a visual style. Given that all of the sort of the horsepower numbers and so on, so this is a 110 horsepower on this vehicle, so they're clearly not talking RC scale. In fact, it's more than that because it's 110 horsepower and it weighs 320 kilograms. Well, I think that's the bit where the 110 horsepower suddenly becomes plenty. What's that? 320 kilograms, 110 horsepower, so you're talking more than 330 brake horsepower per ton. That's a speedy boy. That's like a Formula 3 car. In fact, it kind of is with the acceleration and speed it's got. It's kind of Formula 3 sort of levels. Yes, the problem with my seat camera is I have no idea where my wheels are or anything.
Someone feed him a
Whoa. Well. Yeah, well. The problem we have here is that we have a vehicle that has a lot more power than it can really handle. Whoa, the rear end wants to overtake the front so bad. I think it needs to be one block longer still. I think it's still a little rear heavy. So when I go into braking and the like, we get some interesting, but yeah, there. Any braking and steering and you're losing it. I'm going to continue to tune this without putting aero on it, I think. Why, every time I go back to this, have you forgotten the changes I just made? The mass is pretty good. I'd love it lower down, though. Yeah, it's 4x4 at the moment. And welcome in, Spaghetti. Thanks for the follow. I find the small suspension... I'd love the small suspension if the small suspension, we could adjust how stiff it was. Because I find as soon as I go to the small suspension, it's just all floppy and, you know. The name. Right. So, there's two things I could do. Look, it's gone back again. I'm tempted to duplicate it and do what I've been doing on the other designs recently. So, it'll take a little bit of looking, but actually no, it won't take that much looking. You should figure out relatively quickly that something's a little amiss with this car. The front wheels being a block higher than the rear wheels isn't weird. Okay. I do like me upside down engines, not gonna lie. Temptation is there to... Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it a go. You. I know nothing about airplanes in this. Or I've only ever built cars. I've not even dabbled a tiny bit with the airplanes. How am I going to do this? Because I want to have a seat, is basically part of the plan. And a seat at a decent height and positioning. needs to be at that height, which means I need... It's not really an easy way of getting this width. That's too much. Oops, hold on. That's not going to be far enough forward, is it? Oh, actually. Yeah, I'm still using the... I tried to make some cars using the V-engine, and I was like, okay. The problem with the V-engine is its rev range is so short. Like 3,250 RPM maximum, and you're losing power from 2,150 is... It's torquey, but its rev range is tiny. I much prefer the sort of more screamer, high RPM version of these things than the other one. Hey Five, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I think it's gonna clear the ground. What the... I mean, something's going on at the moment where it just forgets the last thing I added. Or, like, randomly forgets a block. Hey, I almost forgot. Why no gauges on the seat? Just early testing still. I'm going to end up putting aerodynamics on it, so at the moment I'm just seeing how it drives, how it feels like this. Is the balance right? Is the size right? Etc. Oh, you can definitely tell it's rear-wheel drive now. It drives great. This has no aero on it, and it just did that at 200. Yep, that drives surprisingly well. Definitely want some aero, but... we have no grip. We don't weigh enough. Hold the drift. Have no idea where I'm going. It's gone again. Why wonder? Do you think the chair has collision? There is the long street. This suspension is stiffer, so it's more resistant. As far as the it used to be. Let's have a look. They have the same graph. I struggle to believe that. Because, I mean, we can give it a go. We are quite square for an racing vehicle, which is not particularly beneficial. So, yeah, maybe let's... let's try it, why not? Okay, this is the opposite. We're now very quite long for a racing vehicle now. Technically, we weigh even less, so you know, there's that. Hey, guess what I didn't do this time? It jinxed me. I know they are. We haven't done camber yet. I'm going to try this first. Camber we move on to once this bit's done. It does, yes. It's understeering. And there's some pretty serious lift-off oversteer. I think go-kart wheels might actually be a way to go here. I'm not a fan of the short suspension. I want my long suspension back, but go-kart wheels might be a good option. Yeah, my experience is they're not less grippy. They're grippy as all hell. Wait. Okay, maybe they're not. Yeah. Well, and they're gonna even worse if I'm using these wheels. I think we'll go back to the classic choice. Now, they might have the same grip in the stat, but dude, you saw me try and go around that corner and it just go, nah, don't think so. Don't think so. I don't have those ones. I love this idea of 15% as a default. It's like, come on now. Get out of here. Camber is leaning the wheel inwards like that, except nothing like that extreme. We're only doing it by a few degrees, but it's leaning the wheel like that a bit. Yes, it basically harms your contact patch a bit when you are just going straight and flat in order to give you... So you can imagine, if you've got this on both wheels, so imagine there's a second wheel here that's also leaned in. As you go around a corner and you put force through the suspension, what ends up happening is it goes from a relationship like this to a relationship like this. So as your suspension compresses, and the whole car moves through the corner, you get this, which means you then get your outside wheel with its full contact patch on the ground during cornering. It's a shame we don't have the others, because I would also quite like some caster in order to get these wheels pointing slightly inwards. So instead of going in a straight line forwards like this arrow, we'd have them going ever so slightly inwards. And what this would do is help the car want to return to going in a straight line. I can't do that, awesome. But I can set my controller buttons to... Yeah, I can't do that. I've still got the problem that I can't use DRS and stuff. There is no way of telling it to just pretend to be a keyboard. Carbon wings do go burr, but... My thoughts here are pretty straightforward. You are... When tuning a vehicle, and this isn't just when tuning a vehicle in this game, it is... full stop. It's also true for actual cars, for RC cars. Aerodynamics is kind of your last step. All you're doing with aerodynamics when you're adding them on as a band-aid is making yourself slower. So the least aerodynamics possible while still achieving the goal is the answer. And part of that is tuning it and making sure you do a load of work on the car to get it balanced before you ever touch aero. And you know, aero comes last step. That's why a lot of my cars don't have much aero. They used to have a lot more aero, and then slowly they got less and less and less. Is that Groundhog Gearbox? Yeah, it is. Aw, I miss this car. How to overcomplicate things. Yep, it mows your lawn. This car is ancient spaghetti. This car is from not long after Screwdriver's first launched. I don't do this anymore. And yet they don't, because they don't have any collision. Well, hence why we're here these days, building cars that are too light to enter most of the competitions that the guys run, because they're like, it must be at least 500 kilograms. It's like, none of my cars are 500 kilograms. No way. That's not always true, Awesome. A lot of the time they also require more engines than I would normally use. I've ended up very much in this position where I just use a couple of engines. Prefer the compactness to anything else. I don't know either, Arazak. Honestly. I have no idea. They would fit very well as RC cars, and it would explain why the gears are so enormous. It would explain why your gearing in these hundreds of kilogram vehicles takes up most of the vehicle. It would be because they're not hundreds of kilograms, they're grams and kilograms, and the gearing's that big because that's how big gears are. They're very big if what you're thinking of is these are supposed to be real-sized vehicles. Except the tyres aren't big again if you're thinking about from a RC car perspective.
Why do I get 5% cash back on everything I buy? Because
you're a moron and have signed up for some stupid bullshit. With the exception of the suspension towers. Hey, look. Everything is scaled the same as the game is. And maybe it's just because they wanted to give them proper... no, there is. You just can't see it. It's underneath the camera. So this is... Gonna show me an example with a spur gear. Yep. You can just about see the side of it there, but there's a gear there that's the same size as the electric motor. Hey, and you can see active camber. As we turn in, this outside wheel straightens up and that one leans in. RC cars almost never use gearboxes. You have to get up to like 1/6 scale or bigger to see a gearbox. In this scale, no one uses a gearbox. It's not needed. That motor revs to 65,000 RPM. I don't need anything more than one gear. They don't need glue on the wheels. If you look closely at that wheel, no, but it's funny you mentioned that. Can you see what's happening to the edge of this tire? Actually, watch the edges of the tire. Look, you can very clearly see it there. There's rubber being launched off because it's molten. And if you watch just the inside edges of the tires, you'll see it build up and flick off and build up and flick off. There's loads there. It's not fraying. They're getting slightly overheated. But this is what's supposed to happen. As we go around the corner, the surface of the tire is being moved over to reveal fresh rubber. It's super sticky, and it's sliding across the surface as we go round. It's why also, if you look at the track itself, you can see the racing line because it's got rubber on it. You can actually see a dark shade where the racing line is because the rubber of everyone's tyres are there. But yeah, these were getting a little bit over hot. They ended up... Oh, look at that. Fucking gnarly. Gnarly. Yeah. Dev's been working hard. That's what those tyres looked like after they came off. That was one practice session of using the wrong compound. I think these were 34s, and it was definitely hot enough that we needed to be way lower than that, like 20s. Oh, right. Yeah, there's bits where the rubber's actually started exploding because it's getting so hot under the surface that it bubbles up and explodes some of the rubber out. It's not. It's not. Not once you really get into it.
Another boy joins the crew.
Again. See that there? That says British Remote Control Car Association 1/8 e-truggy champion. I know how expensive this sport can get. Look, trust me, I know how expensive this shit is, because behind me is way too much Warhammer that we're probably painting in a little bit. But in the other room is still a shelf full of RC car stuff. Just a ridiculous amount. Yeah, I keep forgetting to use mirror mode. I don't know why. I know it's there, but I just end up not using it because I'm an idiot. The mirror world? What? Spaces, lasers, achievements. Total idiot and full idiot, and feel alive. Flipping off to a drunk driver, travelling over 90 kilometers an hour as a passenger of a drunk driver. Nice. We may have been attempting to do some speed running in my summer car recently. Where is it? You mean that one? Yep. I didn't win very much. Yeah, if I'd cheated, I would have won more than, like, the 2,000 I won. I would have won the fucking jackpot. But no, I won fuck all. I was like, woo, won the lottery. Holy shit, that's amazing. And then... well, you don't need to win the jackpot to get the achievement. I haven't won the jackpot. I won, it was like 5 numbers, I think. Yeah, as long as you don't mind Uncle coming and killing you. Is it not Uncle? I can't remember who it is. Oh, he's the sugar wine dude. He's killed you guy. Right. I think I might have overdone the camber or overdone the aero. Whoa, it brakes well now. I got too much aerodynamics. Yeah, I've got too much aerodynamics. I am holding the throttle down, and it was only when I unsettled it that I didn't make the corner. Definitely too much aero. Yeah, exactly. It's I'm stealing power when, and I can, as I said, I was able to literally just steer into those corners, and it stuck. I don't think it was the BT7. I don't know. Well, I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise after recent discussions, but I'm using this. No, I know. I'm using this for gaming right now. I'm using this for screwdrivers. They're not exactly hidden features, but yes. No, Taz, they fixed that. Like the day after my stream, they fixed it. Apologies, I needed a brief moment to cough my lungs up. Grim. Did they ever fix the middle wing being shit? No, they didn't. Why does this weigh 0.35, this weigh 2 kilograms, and this weigh 0.1? Ow! Sorry. Fucking arm.
Ow.
Not comfortable. Yeah, that's too much downforce, but I don't think there is a happy medium. Yeah, maybe single big wing. Yeah. Howdy, cat back, by the way. Whoops. It's a bit of an awkward width for a single wing on the front is the only downside here. Leaf Master Capac. This is not going to let me do it, is it? Oh, it is. Pretty ugly, but hey. There you go. Completely hidden. They'll never know. I absolutely despise how it looks when you put wings in this spot, though. Plus, it'll be in my face.
Another boy joins the crew.
Thank you, Armorized. I wish I could see my wheels. I think I touched the dirt. Whoa. It's catchable, but it doesn't feel quite right. And I think that is a lot of understeer. Well, it's not understeer, it's just like, if I give it the beans, yeah. Shame these are so expensive. Race car does go vroom. You're not wrong, Big B. That is a pretty compact engine setup. This is not very helpful, is it? Look at that, though. His center of mass is basically on the moon. Dude, what is this? Yeah, and unless the game is very poor at its physics recreation, asymmetrical should also give you massive problems. Well, as I said, the issue there is just, if all it is some small drag difference, then that's very disappointing. Because, you know, that design we were just looking at, the center of mass might be there when observing the entire vehicle. And at stationary without any other loads on it. But the second you turn left or right, you have different loads applied. Well, you should. Yeah, and it's a rigid body that in reality weighs more on this side than it does on this side. And as your suspension compresses, that center of mass is not going to shift straight forward, it's going to shift this way. It might be one rigid body, but it's being supported on 4 independent bits of suspension. No, it wouldn't. The front left of the car weighs more than the front right of the car. It's as simple as that. Overall, the center of mass may be in the center, but the front left weighs more than the front right, so that suspension's going to compress more than that one does. And at the back, it'll be the other way around. But the suspension does. The suspension is 4 independent points of contact. So the fact that the center of mass is here is actually quite irrelevant. What matters is how much mass is over each suspension support. And that mass won't be equal. The weight over your back right suspension strut is more than the weight over your back left suspension strut. And then you start throwing the car around and having forces applied that aren't just gravity, and it gets worse. Well, I very impressively built 2 cars that are almost identical. I mean, they're not identical, but they might as well be. Sway bars help. In reality, they work real hard with actual cars to make them as balanced as they can. That's not across purposes, because I said right from the start, Mr. Cadies, that if this is how the game works, I would be very disappointed, because it shouldn't. So I don't think we're talking cross purposes. I think that this one is more to do with how the physics end up applying once you go beyond just where center of mass is. Yeah. No, I'm with you, Big B. It just means that I'm going to end up having to change how I design cars, because if that doesn't matter, then prepare for Abomination Town. I don't know, super cool. I doubt it. Yeah, it looks like they use CG, as you say, because it simplifies things, which is fine, I guess. Just a bit disappointing. No, Tryson, it does not. Well, with that taken into account, Big B, that's quite a neat design, sir. I wholly disagree with your decision to only put brakes on the rear wheels. Your front braking force should be the greater one. Under any normal understanding of braking force. But who knows if that is true in this. Oh, he's not using brakes at all on the front. Ah, cool. I'm underneath it. have I got such a massive dead zone? Yeah, I think there's a misunderstanding there. The brakes are strong, because without the brake things, I think they just apply at 100%. The carbon brakes, their use is to be able to say, don't give me 100% brakes. Well, honestly, that thing, I don't think is any better than this. Except it's got a seat. I missed the seat. Ah. That's one thing I haven't seen that other car do that this one does. This point is way further forward on this one. On this one, I change height way further back. And so the other one tends to ram its chassis into the ground at high speed because the suspension compresses. Why does it keep randomly undoing stuff? That's still Big B's engine. Because my engine has a problem. It can't have turbos added to it, and Big B's can. Probably fog. If nothing else, I want to go over to the workbench because one of the fake mics arrived today. And I'm not going to lie, at first inspection, it looks surprisingly legit. Haven't looked too closely yet, but yeah. Fake monks, yes. I have hired a band of monks, and they are... Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? That would, but there's absolutely no reason for that gear ratio to exist. What is this potato screenshot? Brain melt. Well, I'm thinking about at the moment how if I can just gonna do this briefly and then put it back. Wondering about the rake, keeping my rake, but getting four-wheel drive. I don't think the four-wheel drive is necessary, but I'm intrigued to see what it behaves like when I've got that rake applied with the four-wheel drive, which normally I can't fit. maybe a little long. And obviously the mass is going to be way off. Yeah. Apologies. I'm catching the mic most of the time. Man, I'm feeling grim. Well, that should keep us clear of anything colliding, and with the exception of this piece, which of course it don't have one of the right length, cause pain in the ass. Keep stuff suitably well clear of shenanigans, at least. But I guess I'm going to have to put... I mean, let's have a look at that mass at the moment. A bit close to the front. Oh, no, it's pretty much bang on.
You sure this one's a boy? He looks more like a girl.
Yeah, that understeers like a four-wheel drive car. Yeah, maybe that's the answer here with this one. Is the answer with this one should be to go. It handles well for an off-road, but it would need like so much. We'd need to completely re-gear it to give it torque instead of speed, because right now that's useless, basically. They say they have dirt performance. I'm not sure that didn't feel noticeably better than the standard ones. I am starting to not believe the stats they give us. Perfect. Doesn't want to drift. Maybe some torque will help. And some worse tyres. Hang on. Yeah, okay. There's nothing supporting this, so it just falls off. There's a spot for seat, but it's going to be a nightmare to use. Hey game. Pressing the handbrake should not cut the throttle. How are you supposed to drift if pressing the handbrake also kills the throttle input? I think it's handling the rake just fine. I don't think it's doing a lot of what rake would normally do. I don't think like having it raked like that is having any aerodynamic effect. I think that's the game calculates its aerodynamics with the car on a flat plane and doesn't worry about anything else. But what it is doing is bringing my center of mass lower. It's bringing my mass lower, and in particular at the front, so that when under braking, you get sort of even more of a front heave. Helps the front wheels bite in. It'd be nice if I could get an engine in there, but of course I'm not going to be able to, an engine, a seat in there, but of course I'm not going to be able to because the seat's got such dumb attachment points on it. I hate it. Stupid seat. With how this is, there's almost no reason not to have a 3-speed there. I think this one's running okay, to be honest. But a third gear might help, potentially. I don't know. Give me a bit more top end, perhaps. I'll be back in 2 secs, folks. This isn't quite the same car, actually. The engine, etc., has changed. And it's four-wheel drive again, but different. I don't have room to make it a 3-speed. You go there for now. Right, I want to... Oh, this is going to take more work than I thought it was going to. Right. All there. Then you move back. Okay, that might be a bit more like it. Give me some more talk. Not in first, in second. First is already scary. Where'd my gear go? I would love to know what's causing this. Maybe. Some downforce might help, yeah. And then having to figure out what to do with the gearing afterwards. Again. It did it again. No, Wolf, they didn't. Not yet. Coming soon, TM. Yup. I swear it's like they intentionally don't want you to have a block to do this with. It'll come back, Wolf. Give him a bit of time. I don't think it's very far off. They're running a whole bunch of multiplayer tests at the moment, so I think it is very much soon, TM. Grr. That's fine. Don't ask any questions. I'm sure we won't have any problems. Yay! I have a seat. And it looked like it was even in a useful position when it wasn't swinging wildly backwards and forwards. Nice, I can even see bits of my suspension. I can't see my wheels, but, you know. It's a little squirrely. No, I don't. I think the squirrely might be the position of the wing, actually. I think that front wing is, well, too high up. Potentially shifted forwards in order to bring it down. You can even see it there on the braking. I'm not touching the steering, but when I brake, it turns left. Or there's actually inertia from the gear train. Oh. I also only have 3 of the 4 brakes. Yeah, it breaks in a straight line now, would you believe? See? It'll probably be even easier to drive now. Not too bad. May potentially have too much downforce. It is pretty planted. Why? It burns our skins as it does. I do not like. I doubt I'm going to be allowed to get away with this. But, we'll see. So what's this all about? Okay, so it's surprisingly okay, but I don't think it's better aerodynamically. Could I just put a giant wing in the middle? I mean, technically, yes, but I'm not sure how well that would work. I think I'm missing a bit and I just can't see it. Yeah. How am I supposed to know if you turn left or right back there? What, on my my personally made up racetrack that I hope they one day add to the game? Well, I know it because I made up this racetrack and it goes that way. There are two versions of it. You've got the half loop and the full loop. Half loop is just a left round here. Hang it wide. This is harder braking than you think it is. Aim for the apex and then you can pretty much power on all the way from here across the bridge with a little let off here depending on how the car is. Off the bridge, watch for it getting unsettled on the drop. Go wide and then peak the apex, turning late, line yourself up for the corner you can't see. Gotta let off for that one, always, and then sometimes that, if you're not throttle on, unsettles the rear end. And then you come into this, which is another blind one, but done right can be taken at high speed. That's the half. The full circuit is just a figure eight that goes right and does a loop this direction instead. Come up round another blind, and again, this is not doing it very well, but lining yourself up for the tunnel entrance you can't see. Hit your last rap's wheel, and then exit on tunnel is a hard left that can catch you out, because you've got to then take this off this direction, which will bring you back round to the straight again. From which you can then either do, from which, obviously, if you're doing a full lap, then you continue around this way, and every time you come down the straight, you come down at the same direction every time. You go, first time round you go left, second time round you go right, and so on. It's the wasted track. Oh, it's just dawned on me. I'm about to give screwdrivers a workout. Or, not about to, but in a few months I will be. Because it sounds like Ike is going to lend me his sim rig. And we blatantly need to sim rig screwdrivers for no good reason. Take it way, way, way too seriously. Yeah, super's cool. It's not many inputs in the end. No, Cades, I am almost certainly going to get into I don't know, I haven't decided which one yet, thinking about it, so I don't know. Maybe Assetto, maybe iRacing. I'm just going to end up, while I've got it, getting way too into one of those. Like, my setup's not bad, but Ike's setup is very nice. Probably going to end up costing me some money. I mean, it depends. If you want to learn to drive IRL, and the car you're intending on driving is a race car that does not behave anything like any normal car on the road would behave, Assetto's perfect. But then we may well end up getting into the new F1 game. Who doesn't like a rotary? Making weird rotary noises at you. Yeah, the Motor Vehicle Regulatory Board and anybody who's got to pay for the fuel for one. Oh, super cool. That sounds hilarious. Yes, if you can't figure out from the let's have a look, selection of claws that almost all look like F1 cars, except for the weird ones. Although that thing looked cool. But I don't even... That's weird looking, Wasted. What on earth did you make? Okay, that thing's kind of funny. Yeah, it was basically this, but then an attempt to make it actually go around a corner because this has its engine hanging out its ass and cannot turn. I think those lights at the back end up getting caught in the exhaust when I'm wheeling. Yes, get screwdrivers. You too can build vehicles that do nothing but wheelie the second you touch the throttle. And they don't even sound like they're revving that hard. They just wheelie. Yeah, it is interesting, this game, how it's in a state of flux. Like, it's being developed, but that doesn't necessarily mean the game goes forwards. Occasionally, it also goes backwards. Well, it's a bit of a pet project game, so they just sort of suddenly go and rewrite bits of it. I like how it looks like a goofy face.
Another boy joins the crew.
Well, awesome. And thank you, Sorrento. I appreciate that. Awesome, I hate to say it, but I think what's happening is they are running into... I don't want to be that guy, but one of the things I have always said regarding Unity is it can't handle multiplayer for shit. Like, the second you get above about 4 people, Unity's networking just falls apart. So I'm not surprised to find that they're finding, especially a game like this, with all the sort of various pieces trying to track, difficult to make it work, because, yeah, it's an outside opinion. I've worked with Unity a little bit, but I've never done any networking with it. But I've played plenty of Unity games, and I can't think of a single one where I'm like, yep, that networking worked really well. I can think of pretty much all of them being, yes, that's a Unity game, and its networking is a bit fucked. Not gonna lie, awesome. I kind of hope so. I don't rate Unity particularly highly. Especially not more recently. Once upon a time they had some stuff going for them as far as how open and accessible they were as an engine, but then that went away too, so... Wish this guy would tell me when he goes live. He sort of comes and shows up in the stream, but doesn't say anything. Yeah, I saw a few developers switch from Unity to Godot. But I have no idea. I've not played any games that use it yet. And what was wrong with informing me that that was the thing? Mr. Amaru. Yeah, well, like to the extent that he even said when he was in here, I should be getting ready, but I'm currently distracted. And Capac does speak some sense. I know you can't hear them, Ira. It's because I'm not with him. Don't try and project your audio issues on me. Oh, I'm still on main rig. I'm getting ready to switch over. Which I will do now. Hello. It's true. It is, in fact, me. Sorry. Still dying, unfortunately. Alright, where's that Amaru at? I found you, Amaru.
Right. I wasn't sure if you were going to grace us with your presence.
I wasn't sure that you'd gone live. Man, he says nothing.
I did say in your chat that I was...
Last I heard in my chat was that you said something along the lines of, I should be prepping, but I'm distracted.
I may have said that, yeah. So how goes it?
I am the plagued.
You're not sounding too crash hot.
Blame children. I got near them, and I knew it was a mistake.
I do that anyway.
Or blame children.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, Splitsy's been having diseased children problems this week also.
I don't even have children. I feel hard done by. Other people's children making me diseased. That's not fair.
What are you planning on working on today?
Oh, I'll probably continue a little bit on the Hive Torrent. Not sure how long I'm going to be around for, but I'll be around for a bit. Oh, and I got an unboxing to do. Interesting shenanigans. Play a little game.
Damn.
Yes. Can we tell it's fake?
It does sound like an exciting game. I'm sprucing up my Deathwing Terminators. See a box? Seems to be covered in some kind of hieroglyphics.
Accurate. I am trying to decode them as we speak.
I believe they say you must retrieve the jade monkey before the full moon.
Well, the first sign of suspicion is that the date it claims to have been manufactured was only a bit over a month ago.
Why does that trigger suspicion?
That's very, very quick to a product to go from production through international shipping, likely economy style, so on a boat, and then into retail sale and then be sold to a customer. Like less than 5 weeks from the point at which it was put in its box at the factory
Another
to
boy joins the crew.
in customer's hand is quite speedy.
A microphone.
Yes. Thank you, Drench. A microphone, the interesting part being that there is an entire spree of this particular manufacturer and a couple of others, but this one mainly, who is a very good manufacturer of their microphones appearing on AliExpress and then on UK eBay for 1/10 the cost of the original mic.
Yeah, you were telling me about that the other day. Some suspicious manufacturing shenanigans.
Well, this is one of them, Mike. This is one of the fakes. Or whatever they are. I was intrigued, and it cost so little money. I was like, I'm going to have a look, because there's a chance that it is real.
For scientific research purposes only.
Well, yeah. Scientific research helps, and then if it ends up real, or it does end up decent, then I've got another microphone. So this, I've already... This looks a bit like, ooh, that doesn't seem realistic. But I've already gone and looked. This is how they ship. This is
disagree.
No, this specific microphone ships like that.
That is not acceptable packing.
It is not, no. But
Aha. The chat has been shared.
Okay, so what is the trick here? Did they steal... Have they managed to steal some boxes from somewhere? Like, what's going on?
So,
Even this is...
so do you have the real equivalent to... Oh no, you said it was a new thing that's on the way, right?
No, I do have the real equivalent to this. I don't have it here in the room at the moment. I will need to do a vocal comparison with it. But yes, I do own the real one of these.
Mm-hmm. How far are you willing to go? Are you going to tear the microphones apart and investigate their gizzards?
Says Capac, and I've already got it partially apart already.
Oh.
Oh man, it is all looking very legitimate. I'd need to go a bit deeper, but yeah. Hello. Do you hear me?
I do.
I think this thing might be real.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Sounds alright.
Yeah.
It's my famously non-discriminating ear.
Yep, no, I have a suspicion. Proxim, yep.
Alright, time for some golden tchotchkes. Bolt boys first.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, and that's understanding that it was massively overgained, because I just plugged it in without making any settings changes, and this Procaster I've got on here needs a lot of gain to drive it, so that thing was coming through spicy. Interesting. I will need to get that into. I've got a plan. I'm gonna get my one that I know is real, and set that one up, and we're gonna look at it through audio editing software so that we can actually have a look and see what this frequency response and waveform is like. And I've got a mixer where I can. It's got identical preamps, so I can run both microphones at the same time right next to each other. That's a good point. Thank you, Supercool. That will be needed, because I will not be able to tell the difference.
Oh yeah, if they're that close.
I mean, weight and heft and material-wise, that feels real. In fact, it's weird because I haven't held a new one of those in a very long time, so it feels quite shiny even. No, I wouldn't be surprised to find it's something as simple as that company, those microphones, the ones that are being copied, are... The SM58 is 67 years old as a design.
Damn.
I wouldn't be
There's many
surprised
moons.
if their patents have ended up expiring at some point, so people didn't even need to take them apart. They had the full technical details, and now people are just making them on the cheap and pretending they're real. Looking forward to getting them in the same place. Ooh, new foam for the wet palette. Shiny.
Chain fist.
Part of it's going to be not offering any support. You know, don't expect to get warranty or anything like that. Or quality control. And part of it is going to be that the company that makes these originally is, with their 67-year-old design, now making an absolute mint. They're now looking there laughing happy at their 60-70% profit margin.
Laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, a bit. I've taken apart a number of these microphones and seen what's inside them and looked at it and gone, why are you this expensive? Why am I opening this up to find some, like, a couple of tiny little piddly wires in here? That's what cost me £400? What?
Well, if it's 80 years old or whatever you said earlier, I would say that's because they've been producing the cost with more efficient components for 80 years and not passing on the cost of the
Oh, 100%.
consumer.
This is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's like, just this is why I was interested. Part of me wants to get these things go. Actually, I think they're pretty much legit. Fuck you, this company, because you charge way too much for your microphones. And this is evidence.
Sure, when they originally made it in 1992, it was full of bits and bobs that are all now 1/20th the size.
Or if not 1/20th the size, they've just, manufacturing itself has evolved far enough that I bet you now making those same parts wouldn't even be as expensive.
Clean. Another chain fist.
My word, could it be time for Samushabtibone?
I hope so. Hello. I was worrying for a second there you were going to say pork ribs.
I do actually have more ribs. If I wasn't feeling quite so plagued, I might have them tonight. Tonight is not the night for ribs.
You're a rib eating machine these days.
What I mean, maybe once a week? Yes, a machine, truly.
Well, that's a lot more often than I eat ribs.
Well, what's wrong with you? Do you not like ribs?
I mean, I do like.
No, honestly, I'm having ribs at the moment to give myself a break from other stuff I've got too used to, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I do have something rib adjacent.
And it happens to be that the local butcher's is doing some very nice ribs because it's barbecue season in the UK, so.
When I hear barbecue season in the UK, I think of people going to Blackpool with one of those little charcoal
Yep.
throwaway barbecue things.
Oh, exactly that, cat mate, yeah. Cook you some ribs in about 4 hours.
I've got some pork belly marinating away in some
Oh, nice.
char siu sauce.
Don't say no to some pork belly. But the barbecue season in the UK is the summer. Weirdly.
All 3 days of it.
Firstly, the Brits are a tenacious bunch and will quite happily barbecue in the summer, regardless of the weather. Secondly, last few years at least, that hasn't been a concern. Quite the opposite. Although it has been raining the last few days, which has been pleasant.
I had some nice German pork belly the other day too.
Did the German mind?
The Germans appreciated my brother paying for our meal, yeah. I appreciated the liter of beer.
What beer was it, more importantly?
It was Franziskaner.
A Franziskaner. Very nice. No, as Katie says, you don't need bright clouds. You just need to have said you're going to have a barbecue. That means you're having a barbecue.
What are these? Kind of scrolls?
Can anyone think of an interesting colour to do the claws and bone features on a Tyrannid that isn't your typical bone colour?
I believe last week I mentioned like a cool grey.
Yeah, which I could actually work on relatively easily because this has already got a base of grey on its claws for the time being. Well, that's what Capac's saying with his cool grey is trying to get a bit of blue in there. No, that's intentional. You want a bit of blue to kind of help with the contrast, but without it needing the actual contrast to stand out of doing it a bone colour.
Yeah, I was thinking like the big bumpers on this guy.
I don't want to paint no Nurgle. Nurgle to go away. Any colour an insect possesses is possible, of course, but we are talking specifically about exposed, what you assume is chitin or bone. Blue crab blue. I'm not sure that's a colour. I'll check my box, but I don't think I have any blue crab blue. I'm going to make the assumption that a blue crab is some specific type of crab that I'm not familiar with.
I think it's a blue one.
Yep, that's right. You're both as bad as each other.
Well, great minds think alike, so they say.
Which is unfortunate because I know for a fact that Katie's does not have a great mind. So something else is going on here, I'm afraid, Kovac.
Our nodes.
I need medication. I will be back in a moment. The allotted time has passed. I am allowed to take more drugs.
Lucky. First pass on in goldening.
Goddamn plague bringers.
You said, baby, I'm not feeling it lately, but I hope we can be friends, don't you? You said maybe if things weren't so crazy, I could love you like I used to do. Then you kissed me goodbye.
Yeah, be me grass tufts.
Said you needed some time to figure yourself
A question I find myself asking quite often.
there. You would come back here any day just to tell me you regret everything
Read
you
some.
said on the day.
this instead. And industrial looking. Very greasy.
Why is Delaware D? Where else is DW? Who stole it from you?
What? Directed energy. Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck. It was Darkwing Duck. God damn. That makes sense.
If you're in trouble, you could call DW.
I'd probably be inclined to ring the banana phone first, but strong second choice.
Maybe instead of a grass tuft, give Tabura a slain enemy. A nice orc skull. I think this is an
Oh.
orc skull.
My boys.
I mean, I think Capex commandos would get along with some orcs. I think there would be inevitable deaths.
Well, you would look quite tasty. And would also be stupid oomies. So, yeah, at some point it's going to happen, isn't it? Cooperation only lasts until there's a break in the fighting.
I saw I
Hey,
saw
you.
some strange looking models that I think are the new Votan previews, but I haven't looked any further. This guy's got shell casings too that I missed. What do you mean you don't know what the pricing's going to be? I believe Games Workshop will be sticking with its ludicrous pricing. Have you heard the shenanigans about the latest, the new version of the Horus Heresy game?
Nope.
A few people were angry that they left some stuff out of it. And they released a statement saying, "Oh, we did leave some stuff out because you know, some stuff isn't represented in what's in the boxes of minis and things like that." Do you know what the biggest omission was?
Horus?
They did not include rules for power fists for, I think it was Tartarus pattern Terminators. That their standard loadout is a power fist. And the box of 20 or whatever it is basically comes with 20 power fists.
Nice.
It's quite an impressive effort, I must say.
Dark Eldar, really? Really, you're gonna be that guy?
Huh?
No, Pendragon. I mean,
Well, who doesn't love some good space elf torture?
so Carmack, when are we gonna play some tabletop?
You know, we should.
I'm gonna ask this every week until it happens.
We should do that at some point in the distant future that I will not commit to.
Ah, content creators speak. Gotcha.
Oh, I did. I was thinking about a very silly tabletop adjacent thing. I think I got to do some more research before I start trying to acquire victims.
Well, that's suitably uninformative. Thanks, Carmack.
No worries. Do what I can.
I have ideas for a thing, but I won't talk about it until I've thought about the thing. this is the story.
Oh, I missed a crux turbinatus on this guy's knee.
It's easily done.
What a jerk. Tomb Kings do exist in 40k. They're called Necrons.
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of hard to argue with that, not gonna lie.
And they didn't used to be. They used to just be space terminators. They're not Deathwing Terminators like Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminators. But you
How
can
on
also
earth?
go
So,
Thousand Suns in 40k if you want some Egyptian kind of things.
how on earth could you not be into the grim darkness of the 41st millennium?
If you live in it.
It's the place to be.
I would completely understand if somebody that lives in the 40k universe would not want to live.
Yeah, it feels like it depends who you are. At least, as told, being self-aware is not a particularly strong trait in this 41st millennium either, so...
Yeah, I do. I just washed down and out some Nuln oil. Must have done. Where's my Nuln oil? We'll need you. Oh. I think this might have been Once Upon a Time. That's gone very strange. No, that's got alcohol in it. That's not it. I think I may have created life.
Are you making paint-based alcoholic drinks?
No, life forms. There appears to be some kind of slime mold living in this jar.
Oh, I made a life form in the Nurgle pot. I had to throw it away. So
No!
it started talking to me.
Threw it away. Well, you know what? That's why you're diseased now.
This was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, but you brought Nurgle's wrath upon you by casting aside his blessed creations.
I was told Grandpapa Nurgle loves me.
Yeah, but he gets grumpy sometimes.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh, I feel that. He sent his shitty little plague bringers to poison me. The short ones.
There we go. I think this might be my grey wash. Yeah, no alcohol in this one.
Always a good sign.
Should... Oh, I didn't. That guy. I should get some... Dark grey. Canicus standard. Brush for this one. Right, time to do some text on these purity seals.
You say that, Fog, but do you know who doesn't get a cold? You know, who doesn't get the flu? Wake up in the middle of the night, vomiting, etc. This person. Probably die in a couple of weeks. You don't know that. If probably die in a couple of weeks was a thing, then Death Leaper wouldn't be a thing, nor would Old One Eye. And anyway, you're doing it for the glory of the hive mind. So what do you get?
Sniffles are signs of heresy.
They are.
Any space marine accused of asking for an aspirin will be sent to the Inquisition for interrogation.
I woke up in a king-size bed. Tick of the clock, a stranger to my lips. The neighbors gave me a side eye, like I was blind. Oh yeah. 9 to 5 was my dad's advice. Don't think twice, I want the luxury life. My beauty can lose it, I'll use it. I'll take what I want. Oh yeah. A whole lot of tickets, but not enough time. A whole lot of work for a trophy wife like me. Oh. Slow traffic caused me stress. Show no panic, I'm just born in a dress. At night on, I'm older, I'm done. I'll do what I want. Spending a Sunday at the gym, trying to fit in. Counting the days until I meet the future husband. I try to be kind to myself. I said, girl, you got this. A whole lot of ticking, not enough time, A whole lot of sweat for a trophy wife. The clock keeps ticking, still running out of time.
Oh boy. Gonna do for the text on the scroll on this guy's power fist.
Good luck, man. And Super Cool Star, that's basically me.
Okay, it's not readable. Looks like text. Yeah, that's not too bad.
Well, cool Steve, you're single, stream for a living, so don't really have any reason to leave the house, and get most stuff delivered. End result is, literally any time I'm in any large, and not even large, any time I have any decent amount of public exposure, I end up fucked. I catch immediately. I catch something.
I think I might do something a little bit cheeky.
And what does a little bit cheeky mean in this context, Capac?
Adding some paint to this mini I finished ages ago.
How dare.
Make him better fit in with the rest of the squad. Does orc skull do? The base coat of Xandri dust. Do some work on this castle. Let's try the lightning. Thanks to go brr.
Double mixer? What the hell?
If I'm gonna do some blending, I'm gonna need something to blend.
So we've missed some of our usual check-in subjects here, Mr. Campbell.
Oh?
Well, firstly, what have you been watching of late?
What now?
Watching of late.
Watching. I'm still watching One Piece. The other show I was watching finished its season. I did a bit of a movie night thing with my brother the other night, where we watched season 1 and 2 of Sea Lab 2021.
Quite the evening.
I finished watching the first 3 Pirates of the Caribbean films.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that last week.
Yeah, I felt like the 3rd film was a little rushed.
Yeah.
I mean, they summoned a giant goddess on their ship and then nothing really happened. There was a storm.
Hmm. Well, she was only a bit angry.
I want to see the giant lady punch a ship or something. But it's inspired me with a couple of ideas for my pirate campaign that I'm running for my friends. I've been watching a YouTube series about how bad The Force Awakens is.
A series.
I'm up to part 3, and they're all very long videos, and it hasn't made it past the 5-minute mark in the film yet, I don't think.
Impressive.
Right, now I think stop blending and go hard white. Hold on, I'll find the name of the series. I'll give him a shout out because it's I'm finding it enjoyable.
Well, you would. Your hatred is strong.
It's true.
Beware the dark side, Mr. Kamak.
The YouTube channel is called The Bread Circus, and the video that I watched last was The Force Awakens Worse Than You Noticed Part 3, and it is an hour long.
Good stuff.
Would recommend.
Someone with more hatred even than Kamak.
Well, yes. They, I think they may have fallen for one of the classic perils. He's trying to make suggestions on how to improve it. I haven't seen any of The Mandalorian. Well, other than the Book of Boba Fett, which was Mandalorian Season 2.5.
Why is that the one you've watched of all things?
Because I liked Boba Fett, and so I thought I would check it out, and that was a mistake.
Yep.
What about you? Have you been enjoying any entertainments?
Not particularly. Last week has been avoidance week. By which I mean I was sort of intentionally staying away from media in general. Have a
Trying to avoid spoilers for the movie Sphere.
That is the one, yep. Meanwhile, Kabak will continue to ignore the one series that he might actually enjoy. Which I think he does out of spite. He's just like, nah, I don't want to enjoy it at the new stuff. You said that's good? Well, never watch that.
I can tell you exactly why I don't want to watch it.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be at the point where I care about what happens to Star Wars again. I don't want to go back in and watch Andor and then be like, well, this is good.
Why aren't you doing more of this?
Why couldn't they do everything else to the same quality level?
Yeah, okay.
Just work.
I would argue that Andor's a bit of a weird one there in that it's not part of the thing that's good about Andor is that it's not the same as other Star Wars. And so it sort of I think it might escape a bit of that. Why can't you do the rest of it to this standard thing? Because I don't think you could. If you did that, it wouldn't be Star Wars. Andor is definitely a side story, but it's done very well for it.
I mean, yeah, but they it didn't even have an outline for the sequel trilogy. They're not even hitting the bare basics, let alone questions of genre. Hard to see. What do people think of Power Sword? Actually, it looks pretty good on that one.
No, you're not allowed to
Where
like
is it?
anything Capac says or does.
Take everything I say with a pinch of MSG.
A pinch of known to cause cancer in the state of California.
That's just everything.
Yeah, but I imagine you come with one of those labels too.
Well, they might not even let me in the state. Wait, it wouldn't have been worse if Fox bought it, because Fox has got bought by Disney as well, so it would have been the same place.
I think what Camac's saying is after sufficient levels of abstraction, everything is Disney.
I mean, that's what they want.
And are not being entirely unsuccessful at.
Just imagine how many things they could put in the vault so nobody could watch them if they owned everything.
Hang on a second. Mr. Sun. Remember when Fox didn't want to do Aliens 2? You don't remember that stuff. You weren't alive then.
Aliens 2 came out in 1989? I think? Question mark?
Well, there's also that. Yeah, I was too. You definitely weren't.
1986?
You definitely don't remember it. Yeah, damn young'uns.
Abby was there at the production meetings. Abby was one of those weird HR Giga babies.
With Abby's history of babies, that tracks. Is Giga right? I've only ever seen it written down.
I believe so. The thing I most dislike about the Predator movies is how the predators just get closer and closer to looking human. The original Predator design was amazing, and they're slowly bringing it back towards being a man with a face prosthetic.
I think that's called a steadily decreasing interest and budget.
And I'll just wait until I'm 90 years old and they finally make a decent Alien versus Predator movie.
Mr. Brown, it's Katie's. He's not just picking the cherries, he's stealing them and then selling them on the corner.
No, not the cherries. For starters, whoever decided they were going to make an Alien versus Predator movie and set it on Earth in the present day needs to be fired into the sun.
Tell us how you really feel, Quebec.
How you make an Alien versus Predator movie is you just remake Aliens, but you put a Predator in the middle of everything.
Yeah, that's pretty fair, actually. I'd watch that. Hell, even the original game got that right. Wasn't a direct Aliens, but with a Predator story, but it was close enough. It was just on a random mining colony instead.
Independence Day 2. That was certainly a thing.
That's a line, but I want to see humans interacting with pea shooters in ancient Aztec pyramids in the Arctic. Yep.
Uh, I mean, my instinctual reaction to that is, why would there be Mayan pyramids in the Antarctic? But I don't want to ask the question because I don't want to know what whoever made those movies answer was.
Hey, look at it this way. If you're lucky, they might just say, oh, just some bullshit I made up. Thought it'd be cool. As opposed to giving you... But that's not going to happen.
That makes me even more angry.
Really? It makes you more angry than someone attempting to justify it properly?
I think rule of cool is the most abused trope. And most of the people who abuse it don't seem to realize that for it to work, your idea has to be cool enough.
That it applies for rule of cool.
But it needs to be cool enough that it overrides
Yeah.
the logic of the situation.
Yeah, it's not rule of mediocre.
You know, the Keanu Reeves' performance in John Wick overrides some of the silliness of the CG muzzle flashes and blood splashes and things. Oh, we're still working on this skull. Alright, I'm gonna need my Ushabti bone. Xenomorphs are canon in Buffy. Are they both in this and Elsewhere universe?
Don't encourage him. He's like one of those guys that's got a clipboard in the street. You need to cross the road. Or just generally look unapproachable. Don't encourage him. Don't engage.
Pepe Sylvia. So Elsewhere was an old like hospital sitcom type show. Hospital soap opera type show. And it had crossovers with a bunch of other TV shows, and those TV shows had crossovers with other TV shows. And there's a whole expanded universe about all these shows that are somehow connected.
Oh, yeah, it's only £2 a month. I'll pay.
The chart is too big to pull up on my phone. What am I doing? I need to paint the skull. Wait, why are we talking about Star Trek now?
I have no idea. The swing was abrupt and violent.
Favorite Star Trek movie? That's a difficult one to answer. Star Trek the Motion Picture is arguably the most Star Trek out of all the Star Trek movies. That Star Trek Insurrection is also very much like a Star Trek episode, but there's no way I want to put it on my list of favorite movies. I didn't say it was a great movie. I just said it was almost like a Star Trek episode.
I just can't remember any of the Star Trek movies. It's been way too long since I've seen them.
Don't remember Captain Kirk dying because a random old man made a bridge fall on him?
No, actually, I don't. Interesting. That certainly sounds like it makes sense, but...
Well, makes sense as a strong term. Let's get our grey wash here.
That's not true, Katie's. They extended the how many times can we get accidentally sucked through the wormhole to a weird place and situation gag at least twice as far as it could go.
I think they kind of missed an opportunity with Deep Space Nine to explore more stuff on the other side of the wormhole.
Well, yeah, because they couldn't go over there without immediately getting trapped and needing rescue.
Well, that and there being this whole enemy faction over there waiting to ambush them whenever they went through.
Yeah, they weren't that bad.
Damn shapeshifters. I liked Bashir's stuff about being a secret Superman and when he was dealing with the super secret spies.
Yeah, Garrick remains peak. You're not wrong.
Right. Feathers.
Thank you for reminding me. I think I've got some lower decks I haven't watched.
Right now, is everyone going to be mad at me that I haven't watched Lower Decks as well?
Nah, I think you're good. Just means you can have it in your list.
Is it going to make you guys feel better or worse when I say I tried watching it and I stopped because I couldn't take it anymore?
Yeah, see, this is more what I remembered.
Got some cheeky fellas.
Katie's, you are always that guy, and you don't hate it. I know you don't. I've met you. This is not a pleasant angle to paint things. Welcome to painting. Although I think I might have to bail out.
Seems reasonable.
I am feeling pretty grim. Some progress, though. Looking a bit sharper, a bit more highlighted.
Yeah, he's looking very fearsome.
Angie.
I think it might be getting time for me to call it as well.
Quick, Ray, come back. Where's the keyboard?
it go? Base coat.
Yeah, I like that.
Ooh, yeah. Popping off.
Well, it's got a proper pop that way around from the front, but then when you spin it over, it almost reverses, and the pop becomes the wings instead. Pleased with that. But yes, I feel grim. I'm going to go and do the utterly cliche thing of going and having some chicken soup. I'm going to sleep for as long as I can sleep.
Well, I think my lightning effect came out all right. Get quite as far as I wanted to get with these guys just yet, but we're getting close.
Don't worry, little Dan, I'll eat it with a fork, just for you.
Want to get Tourist Commando finished up though. Remember, if you got 300,000 channel points in my chat, you can join Capax Commandos. See, keyboard.
Yeah, that's me raiding you.
Oh, you're not going to paint it?
Not this one, no. And a keyboard, that could be fun. Oh, I'm bailing. Hopefully I'm better for next week's. Have a good one, Mr. Comeback. Thank you for the company, and thank you, chat. Now we'll leave you in the fine hands of Mr. Amaru. He has got you covered, I'm sure.
Covered in paint.
Just make sure he's not drinking that alcoholic null oil again.
Oh, well, I think it's solidified. I don't think I could drink it. I think I'd have to chew it.
With a bit of luck, I might have a voice still tomorrow. We will see. Good night, everybody.
Catch you later.